Hey, it's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 4:36 on the evening on a Friday night. That's 4:36 on the Friday evening. It's 4:18. We're coming up on 4:20 here, and Hitler's fucking birthday and all this. It's Friday, 4:36 p.m. And I love you guys. It is 4:18, 2025. It's about 75 degrees outside. I just walked for 2 hours from like I don't know 1:15 until 3:15. Like did a whole bunch of stuff around the house, did laundry, I set mouse traps because I've got a couple of mice who have moved into my basement, which is kind of annoying. I mean, I don't really mind them, but I don't want them to multiply. I hung out with my stepfather and did some stuff, and now I am here to play some EVE Online, FFXI, and Mortal. And so let's go on and do that. I will log on my bank alt first. I'm going to drop it off the big face as the stream starts here. I believe the stream is starting. I've got to fuck with my tablet here. Excuse me just for a second. Yes, there's my notification. I've been thinking, I did the deep dive and the research on viewbotting yesterday, and I began to realize that very easily, you can see very easily that some fucking moron who either runs the botting site itself or if you buy view bots and chatters and stuff on Twitch, you get bans. But there's people like this website, ViewBots, the #1 Twitch and Kick viewer bot and all this, that are selling packages. Now, I believe that my Twitch followers were boosted like 6 or 7 times. And you can see this. So the attacker doing this, I have a federal and a state case against them and all this. But this will be other stuff that I'll hit them for if I ever see them in court. Because they did pay. They didn't pay for live viewers. They paid for permanent followers. And they did a particular package. I don't know why they did this, but they did this to the tune of like, I think $500 or something like that. They probably ripped off credit cards or used Bitcoin or some kind of bullshit. I guarantee you, because I doubt they spent their own money. I think they probably used stolen credit cards. This strikes me as a deep web person who lives illegally or something like that. I don't really know. I'm just going to tell you my social profile from the outside of what I've come away, what my suspicions are. Am I saying that this is the case? No. And let me drop it off the big screen here so you can see what I'm talking about here. I suspect that either 1 or 2 or perhaps up to 7 people have used this package to abuse me. And I had no idea this fucking existed. Like, I didn't even know till today. I didn't even think to take the time to look into it, but I did today. And I've never been hit with 200. Well, I have been hit with 250 live viewers when I've been in EVE Online doing large-scale PvP, where I had like a GM in the channel. But I've never had 250 live viewers more than once. And like, I've noticed that a bunch of the fucking bots that they use are really dumb and bad at chatting. And they've got custom chat lists and all this stupid ass shit. And I think they do. What they don't want me to get is 250 live viewers. So they custom, and anybody can do this to me. Anybody can do this to me. And it's honestly really bad. If you look at this number here, it should have been up at like 1,250 or it's more than that. I believe it's at like 1,700 or something like that. But and this number has been up as high as 5,800. But then a bunch of those botter accounts were all banned. Completely undetected, my ass, because like 2,500 or something of the hate raids that I have received were completely removed, like right off of my account. I think they should be. It's not my fault that I was hate raided. I believe that those should have stayed. It's sort of like I took the damage from it. I should receive the numbers. I took the damage from this. This was incredibly damaging to my community, and it was damaging to me too, because like it's like there's this natural progression that a streamer normally has. Mine was inflated by somebody who didn't like me. And they did it in a way that was only damaging, really. It only hurt me. It didn't really help me. Well, I mean, it helped me. This helps me. This number helps me, 3,400. But I mean, the actual number is like 1,700 or something like that. And I know because when they do sub or follow, they tell me. And I know the real people that are doing it because I write them all back. And I've had to do this hundreds and hundreds of times. And so, like, you know, this whole thing, I had no idea, but this was used to hurt me. And I think on top of it, they kept it going for look, the packages are expensive. Whoever did this, yeah, I've never had live viewers, but I did get permanent followers. I think they spent like $500 of stolen money so they could just troll me by using fucking hate raids. And that's what this is called. It's called hate raiding. There's even a term for it. It's not in my imagination. It's not this thing that doesn't happen. It absolutely does. Hate raids, if you've never heard of it. They're like when somebody comes in and bombs you with 1,800 followers, right? You can say it's a coordinated attack where a group of individuals, often using bots, floods the streamer's chat with hateful messages, harassment, and abusive behavior. For me, it was follows. And while it was happening, I had to contact Twitch because a crazy amount of followers came through and all this. And I think all this really was a bunch of mentally sick fucking effets who are really weird. Like really weird in their fucking weird, like Reddit only, 4chan only lives and don't like me or whatever. And I don't care. I just, I don't care that they did this. It didn't affect me. It's just, today it was kind of like a puzzle solved. It was like a puzzle solved. And like I would have preferred to just stay at 1,700 followers and 2 viewers, which is what I suspected it would be the entire time. I've always suspected that's what the numbers was, but this has changed. This has changed quite a bit. It's gone from 5,800 down to 46 to 34 as all of the bans that the hate raid used, or the stream sniper, or whoever did this to me, and I don't even know. I've met about 7 people that I feel disliked me enough to do this. There was a kid I kicked from our fucking clan when I was co-leader because he had fucking a VAC ban on his history, and so did his friend. So I kicked both of them out of my clan immediately within 12 hours of discovering it. And this was a bunch of drama in my crew. There was a guy who really, like a Final Fantasy player from retail, who really, I don't even know their fucking name. I've never known their name. There was a guy from Final Fantasy 11 retail who really didn't like that I was playing private servers and used to come in and leave these and he came in, I think, day 10 or something when I first started, and he would post these crazy paragraph long things talking about how private servers harmed retail and that his game was dying because of private servers and all this stupid ass shit. Or I don't even remember what his vibe was, but it was nuts. And the guy was in there hate watching for like the first year and a half or something, and he was constantly just leaving abusive comments and all this. There was that guy. He was fucking crazy. There was Blacklist, the guy who fessed up to fucking doxing me on my Twitch chat and stuff because he knew it would have been a federal beef. And he fessed up to it, and he apologized, and he gave me his name, and he told me who he was. And he was like, you can tell people I did what I did. I feel horrible about it. And I was like, okay, that's okay. That guy, he's fine. He's not beyond the statute of limitations, but I will never press charges against him because he stepped up like a real man, and he fessed up what he fucking did, and he stopped attacking me, That's a real man. Everybody else who hung around and continued to attack me are little man children, whether they be 15 or 40. I don't care how old they are. They're still like little man children. There was the butt buddies. I call them the butt buddies. There was the butt buddies who I've never even really known. I've known, I don't know, something like 65 different names for across so many different realities and stuff. But I think of them as the butt buddies because they've used so many titles and they've shown up. And I sometimes think I might even know them in real life. I don't really know. But there's the butt buddies who I suspect I might know in real life but don't really know. And then there's the... because I think they're scared of me. I think they're really scared of me because I think I know where they live and I think I can put them in jail. And I don't. Because I suspect that I either know them in real life or they're just complete randos who got fixated for me, who got fixated on me like baby reindeer. And I call them the butt buddies. They swatted me. And they have threatened my family and all this other shit. There's them. I assume that the hate raids were them, but that's a bad assumption to make. We don't know that. We don't know anything about them. They could be community. They could just be community. I've accused them of swatting me. I don't know if it was them. That's the whole mystery game of it. It's in all the time I feel like I have to play House MD or Sherlock Holmes or something, and I have to stay above these fucking invisible shadow targets that attack me all the fucking time. And I dislike this aspect of my job because I don't make... I mean, I make some money from my job. I definitely do. Thank you, guys. I make some thousands of dollars a year doing this. But I mean, that's through, you know, ad sponsorship and viewership because I'm an affiliate and all this other stuff. You know, it's not necessarily just them. It's other stuff, like, you know, it's other stuff. But overall, like, I'm really thankful for them doing that. But in return, I was required to fight invisible monsters who attack me all the time. And this was not a fucking, like, this was not something I was comfortable with doing while I was recovering from PTSD and fresh out of the goddamn madhouse and fresh off of a threat of 10 years mandatory minimum sentencing. I had a friend who killed his father and then himself a second later. Had a girlfriend who shot up goddamn AIDS and Hep C right the fuck in front of me. My family is dying. My friends are gone. And I just really didn't think that this was the proper time to be completely attacked by worthless piece of shit scrub-ass morons who've never met me. Or if they have, they've got no real reason to do what they're doing to me. And so here we are. And then there is Zelly and Steph, who I always suspected were two Europeans who were dudes who were from, like, I don't know, South Africa and France or something like that, who were in a European community of trolls trying to pretend that they were women or something like this, who came after me. Now, they could be the butt buddies, but I suspect that it's actually a group of like 4 or 5 people, and I'll tell them right to their face what my suspicions are so they know what the stage of the game is. All of them have left IPs. All of them have left real names. Some of them have donated to me on PayPal. I have all of their identities, and some of them are real. Some of them are fake. Some of them I don't know if it's a lie or not. Some of them I don't know if they're real or not. All this other stuff. Some of them made mistakes. Some of them left the IPs on a real, like they think that I didn't know. But some of them made real mistakes that I have turned over state's evidence to both the feds and the police. And so, yes, and they are caught, but the feds and the police won't move on them until something actually happens, and or whether there's like a real crime committed, because I don't believe hate rating me or bots on Twitch or any of that stuff warrants any federal time. I mean, the police officers warned me. They were like, the swatting was escalating, and so they did look into it and stuff, and they proved it to me. They showed me that they looked into it and who they thought had done it. But my fear is, and I was very surprised when they came back and they were like, we suspect that this is a team of hackers working out of Northeast Canada that has hit you and has been hitting you for 3 years, and we track them every day, and we don't know who these guys are, but we will. And they were like, and they were like, we don't know what we can do to somebody who's out of country jurisdiction, but often countries will work with us. And they were like, we've been chasing these people for a long time. And I was like, I don't get that vibe from the butt buddies. I get a 15-year-old idiot vibe. They're probably something like I don't know. They're probably something like 18 and a half now. But I get a 15-year-old Reddit 4chan moron vibe off of these people. But I've met 40-year-olds in the Rust scene who also have that vibe, who do the same things. My friend Bagon has that vibe. There's people that I know that are legit, who are good people, who don't have that, who have that vibe, but don't do these things. Who do watch 4chan and Reddit every day, who have this vibe, but they're not bad people. So I get very scared of jumping to conclusions and stuff. So I don't know if the butt buddies and Zelly and Steph are the same people. They might all be in the same hacker crew, because when we met the original butt buddy stream sniper, his name was Rat Bastard, and we know that he had at least 6 or 7 people with him. So there's all these shadow games that they play that I really just don't care to do. I stayed on top of it in terms of my end, and it takes up some of my thoughts sometimes, because I'm like, well, if I can stay above my enemies, I probably won't lose my career. They forget that all I'm trying to do is do a 50-year history on YouTube. I don't care about my Twitch numbers. I don't do this for subs or follows. I don't care about the money. I'm not living off the money. It's not enough money to even qualify like taxes or anything like that. And it's just insane. And like the whole thing is insane, and it's just it's just designed to make me feel sorrow or pain or hate or something like that. It's all just designed to make me feel negative emotions. They're trolls, so I don't rise to it, but I just look at the tools that they used against me. And the reason that I bring it up is yeah, I did receive something like 4,000 something like 4,005, or it's like 4,300 fake follows. And if you look at how much money they would have had to spend to do this, now I don't believe they spent real money. I think they either like steal Bitcoin or sell Bitcoin or NFTs. I had a couple of friends who I suspect this might be who sold NFTs, who were annoyed about who were annoyed by my assessment of NFTs, which is artworks used by criminals to rip off poor innocent people. And sometimes I think that some of these view botting piece of shit on like terminably online people who never go outside, who have like, you know, rust skin names and weird cheater hacker problems and all this stuff. I suspect that they have illegal lifestyles and they have funny money that they get from stealing from people, and they do dumb things like waste their funny money from their stolen, like from their NFTs that they sell, and they come into funny money like 6 or 10 grand, and I think they toss like $500 off that 10 grand that they make. And I think that's the class of people that I'm dealing with, to come hate bot me, because either they like me so much they want me to succeed, which is my real fear, and they told me this when they first started doing it. They were like, we're doing this and you're famous because of me. They used to come in on that tip, and it's like, nah, motherfucker, I have my personality, and I have like 35,000 hours on YouTube or whatever. No, I have my personality. This was entirely me. If you added follows, this did not hurt me. If you added subs, that did not hurt me. The fall from that does not hurt me. None of those things hurt me. What I think's funny is I marvel at how much money they actually had to spend to get 4,300 followers onto my channel, like 2,700 of which have been banned. So just in the ones that have been banned, they spent $500 on, or they run some kind of view bot. That's the other possibility. Or they have just some free access to view bots because they hang out in some hacker circle, or they do so much business with them that they gave them free business, or whatever it is. But this person has spent something like $500 to $750 real life US dollars to make sure that I feel pain somehow or whatever. But I felt no pain. I felt no pain from this. I felt confusion. I think that was the whole point. I was supposed to feel confusion. Yes, I admit I feel confusion, because they could have just left me alone. There wasn't some pain that I incurred from this. There was no success in some troll. It doesn't mean anything. My numbers are still better than they've ever been. It's fucking weird. There's subs. I am affiliate. I got this without all that bullshit. I got this because there was 30 chatters or more, 305. I got affiliate because I did at one point have 305 unique chatters, because I happened to catch a GM who smiled on me from EVE Online. It came into my channel, and I don't even know if it was a real GM. It was just somebody named after a GM. But they had the credentials and the knowledge. If it wasn't a GM, it was somebody so mentally sick and so mentally insane that they knew personal details about the GM, which I don't believe that was the case. Maybe that was just some EVE Online nut. That could be the case. But I got 305 people who were absolutely paying attention for 2.5 hours while this GM talked to me about faction warfare. Because of this, I got affiliate. This had nothing to do, and they were asking questions of him about, like in my chat, about the faction warfare, and he was answering and stuff. Now, because Twitch thought that I was building a 300-man community in EVE Online, they gave me affiliate. But and I tell this to the possible trolls that might be sitting in my stream, because I never talk about the overall X-Files meta story about the aliens ever anymore. I view these people as aliens. It's like I view this as the overall meta story of my stream, as I deal with aliens all the time, fucking weird freak show fucking freaks on the fucking internet, fucking freak show freaks. Fucking, I have nothing but disdain for them. They're fucking freak show freaks. They're just freak show freaks. They absolutely are. They do weird things. They have weird money. They have weird proclivities. They talk about feet pics. They like the right wing and Donkey Trump all the time. Like, I don't really know what their fucking vibe is. They leave Trump signs when they attack me on some video game, and it's just fucking weird. And not just them, but there's other people that do that too. There's people who sweat through for weeks on end, who would change the locks on my TC that I don't think were even related to them. That might be them, but I don't really think so. I think that was somebody else on the zombie server. server. And so there was, okay, that was, now I've talked about 6 of them. The ViewBot guy, I suspect I ran into him on Canada, Face Punch Canada Large on a Rust server. And I know because it happened instantly. Like, Zelly was there for that one, and I think Zelly was either related to that problem or Zelly was just surprised by it. But Zelly was there that day. We were like doing duo or something like that. As some Canadian on the Can Face Punch Large server, and I think they probably are Canadian because that's like a Canadian pride server. Some northern Canadian dude. And this is why I get worried when the feds say that they're after some northern fucking Canadian hacker cell or whatever. I get worried because that does jibe with something that happened to me on the Canada Face Punch Large server, like week 2 or week 3 or something of when I was duoing there with Zelly when I got her addicted to Rust. Her being a dude. But I mean, because it was a dude with a voice changer. I heard the voice changer fail so many times that I just was like, I'm sorry, but there's the reality that Zelly wants me to believe, which is that Zelly is a woman. Zelly even used some fake information on PayPal to try to convince me that Zelly was a woman. I don't believe it. I've never believed it because the Facebook didn't correlate or anything like that. And I was just like, I was vetting the person that I was thinking about possibly dating because I didn't know that it was a voice changer at that time. Now, the Canadian crew, they came in and they told me they were outside my base as they hate rated me and they were yelling about it over the voice chat. Now, I think Zelly got some kind of affiliation with these people that day. I don't really know. I don't care. I had the fucking voice chat off for a reason. None of these fucking people, all of these people are like idiot trees that fall over in the fucking woods that make noise and sound and fury that I have never really needed to fucking care about. Including, in my experience, all the way up to the SWAT. The fucking feds treated me like a human being, not like an animal. And they didn't like shoot my family because they've dealt with pieces of shit like this for so fucking long that nobody's fooled by their bullshit anymore even. So even the ultimate threat, which is you could die to M16s as the feds storm your fucking, like, basically we have like not a compound, but it's like a farmhouse. It's like a farmhouse. It's a farmhouse on farmland, so they get kind of worried when they come, and they're like, uh-oh, this isn't some kind of Ruby Ridge guy, is it? And no, they do their research when they come, and they see their dogs and our cameras and our fucking people, and they talk to my parents before they come shoot me, because they're not goddamn dumb. They're not dumb. The fucking piece of shit hackers who try to use them are dumb, but these people are not dumb. So when we got the ultimate threat, which was the SWAT, I stopped fearing these people. I think it had the opposite response. I think they wanted me to fucking be more scared of them. No. After that, I was like, nah, they'll have to come kill me, and I'll kill them first. I'm far more prepared for that than they are. So it's like, I'll kill them first if they try anything like that. I have warning, you know what I'm saying? There's no way. And I don't want it to go to some place like that. I don't know these people. I don't want to hurt them. I don't care what they did. I don't think of them as human beings. I think of them as fucking aliens who are completely misguided, stupid, and full of sound and fucking noise and fury, signifying nothing, like Dostoevsky's The Idiot. They're just like, you know, they're almost Nietzsche-esque in their pointlessness. You know, their pointlessness is fairly extreme, actually. Like, most of the shit that they did was so fairly fucking pointless that at some point I had this existential crisis where I just stopped believing in any validity of anything that they do. Where I was like, no, it's a bunch of circus clowns falling down a hill. That's how real they step, even their worst threats and stuff. And I don't know which of the 7 people it was, and so and that was a duo. That was a duo on the Canadian server. They hung around for like 5 or 6 days. They hacked well, no more than that. They hung around for like 5 or 6 weeks. They hacked Tay for 2 consecutive wipes. We came in. I remember running across them, and I'm scared that they made some kind of unholy union with some piece of shit fucking scrub hacker who likes to aimbot and fucking attack me all the time. Fucking some weird voice changer, schizophrenic nut with some kind of weird like South African, like, at least he wasn't hiding, but some kind of weird South African like I don't like sycophantic people. I never have. I could spot a sycophant a fucking mile away, and the butt buddies, they came across just like the other butt buddies, and now I've got 2 sets of butt buddies who I suspect sometimes might be the same people, but they do different things. So like Sherlock Holmes sometimes I look at the things that they do and they leave different MOs, and I wonder sometimes if that's on purpose or what. I have no fucking clue. I don't care. None of it ever matters. The ultimate threat didn't matter, so none of it matters. So it's like this weird, like, X-Files meta. I'm sure they appreciate this content. I'm sure they love this content because they think I'm talking about them. But no, motherfucker, I am a completely egotistical person who believes that they're God, who's only out for me. This never had anything to do with you. I made you up. Imagine if all the devils and the gods were just creations of your own in your own head. And that's literally how I think of you. I think I made you up to make myself feel pain. It's actually literally fucking that, and I'm crazier than the schizophrenic fucking like you know, Reddit, 4chan, voice changer butt buddies. I'm more crazy than them. It's one of the reasons why they fixate on me. I'm more crazier than them because I faced my fucking psycho active, whatever you want to call it, like psychological demons, and I did 7 years of therapy with like real psychiatrists with real PhDs and shit, and I confronted my battles, and I've always secretly suspected that they can't stand that I got better, and they didn't. They're still living piece of shit, sexless incel lives. Women don't talk to them. I've had women flirt with me just this week. Women don't talk to them. Their bodies are shit. Their minds are shit. They're like a holy hand grenade that never stops exploding and getting excrement all over everybody around them. And that's their whole lives. And I pegged them from day one, and they know it. I say this all the time. That's what their realities are. It's very clear who they are, or they wouldn't do the things that they do. Now this sucks when I've got them pegged, when their threats don't mean anything, when their trolls didn't go anywhere. I've had like one of the sets of the 7 people that have attacked me made a TikTok channel called Skycatlive fan and tried to destroy me that way, as if I would ever log into goddamn TikTok. The only reason that happened is I got an email. The only reason I even found out about it is I got an email verification. That was it. They were like, "Do you understand that you have a TikTok channel that's fairly successful?" And I was like, "No, I don't." And they were like, "Ha, yes, you do." And I went and looked, and yeah, they have more hits on a fake they try to ratio me on TikTok, but the problem is you're an ass clown. TikTok doesn't matter, and neither does ratioing, and ratioing does not hurt anybody. If you were an actual streamer with any fucking real skill and watch the real videos and try to learn a career and do something like me, you would understand that ratio never harms anybody. It's fucking stupid. Ratio doesn't harm anybody. It's fucking stupid. It harms somebody who has like an egotistical trip, like SS Sniper Wolf, who can't handle that Jax Films was making some kind of bullshit ass like Skycatlive fan thing on TikTok or whatever and attacking her for like 7 years and shit. So she got egotistical about it and she doxed him. But the thing is, it's the goddamn internet. They can be attack artists if they want. I don't respect them, but it is the internet. They can freely, it's a free country on the internet. They can freely go do attack pieces if they want. I think the Skycatlive fan thing was to make me scream on stream. Like they control me? But no, I just show them that I'm in control. It's not like I wanted to be this way. That was the immediate response to it. I was like, oh good, somebody wasted a bunch of time and just just made my image greater. You know, I had people telling me that I was a fan, that I was like a star on TikTok. I had people coming into my chat before I canceled it, trying to tell me that I was a star on TikTok, and they were hurt by my answer. But I mean, they are stupid. They're fucking stupid. I was like, who cares? That was my response to it today. I don't care. It's fucking TikTok. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not some 17-year-old fucking swiping on TikTok. I don't give a flying fuck. TikTok exists. And I think they want that kind of response. And yeah, I'm giving it to you. I think they want either that kind of response or they want me to scream on stream about it. Oh, I got somebody trolling me on TikTok or whatever. Like some pussy. Like somebody who cares about letting somebody control, like letting somebody try to control try to control my life or whatever. Go ahead and try. Many other crazy people have tried to control my life before. The last person who tried went to jail for 2 years. Be my guest. Go ahead and try. It's not gonna fucking work. I'm like a big giant flan who spreads out across the surface of the ocean. You can punch me all you want. It doesn't fucking matter. You're never gonna fucking harm me. I made you up in my fucking head to harm myself because I am a god. I'm kidding. But I mean, like, that's how deep this psychologically goes. Like, if I'm being damaged by somebody, I believe this is to be because I am a god and I need to be taken down a notch. Like, literally, that's how I think of it psychologically. I'm like, if I have somebody willing to waste their precious life force and time away on attacking me, then I must have become a living god at some point, and that only fits. You know, and that's the actual reality. I don't think that's the response they really want, which is that yeah, you confirmed that I'm a living God. I don't care that you sit there and make a career on fucking TikTok fucking flaming me. I don't fucking care. That's what happens to truly great people on the fucking internet. Like, that's what happens to fucking people like Hassan. That's what happens. You think I'm gonna argue with it? That I'm gonna dislike it or scream about it or give you content or something like that? No, I'm gonna say that oh, peon, thank you for making me spending hundreds of hours of your life making a fucking TikTok channel for me so I don't have to. Thank you. You can go on about your shitty cocksucking lives now. You know, I give you permission to go back to being my slaves. And I've said this to them so many times that I think they get into their head that they think that it's going some other way. But then I go on stream and I go live and I publish talking about how bad they've lost this. You know what I'm saying? It's whatever game they think we're playing. But no, I just made you up to hurt myself. You know? That's how crazy and deep it goes. You know, I just made you up to hurt myself. It's like the Nine Inch Nails lyrics play. I am this crazy lead singer type with an egotistical I am God trip. The egomaniacal, frankly. And like if you are attacking me, it is only confirmation that I am a living God. I'm dead serious about what I say. It's not like I've come up with some brilliant idea to try to psychologically save myself or something. This is actually how I think. If you're attacking me, it's only proof that I'm a living God. Got it all my life. I am the catalyst. I'm a catalysta. You know what I'm saying? Catalysta. They've known me for 20 years. Like, I am the catalyst. I come along and I change the world. If there's any negative fallback, that's because I just dreamt you up to hurt myself. You know? You're not really real. And that's their worst fear. One of the problems with this generation, these tablet brain rot fucking like Rust gambling site idiots who like deal in NFTs and fucking CSGO 2 and retardation, right? One of their fucking problems is they've got severe false identity crisis, or I think the actual like not Twitch term for it, but the internet term for it is imposter syndrome, or I guess that's actually like the psychological term for it in the AMA or whatever it is, the medical site, the medical journal or whatever it is. But yeah, it's somebody with severe imposter syndrome, and this is the problem with the this is the problem with the parasynthetic crowd. They've got massive imposter syndrome, and they want to live vicariously through the lives of the people that they watch on channel every day, and they get butthurt and sort of emotional that the person doesn't want to be around them. But the problem is that person has a life. That person has a family. You aren't it. They went to high school with people. Those people are their friends. They still had those friends. They still talk to them on the phone and visit them in the summer and stuff, but they're older, they're a boomer, and they don't see them every day. No, they've got lives and jobs and all that other stuff. They're living their life. They're normal. Like you watch, you know, like, I don't know, Jack Doherty all day or whatever. That's not so good. That's not your life. That's his life. Now, it's okay to be a community member to a streamer, and we all, you know, I think it's great. It's one of the greatest things that's ever happened to humanity, and thank God you guys are there. I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm saying it's still not your life. And so to try to insert yourself in that person's life, it's just you being a fucking asshole. You've never known that person. You never will know that person. Probably the only likelihood of you ever actually being in the same room as them is a courtroom, frankly. And that's very weird. And this happens. It's very like delusional. I'm talking delulu is what kids would say. It's delulu for all of these butt buddies, and there's like two teams of there's two teams of butt buddies, or they're the same person. I really don't know. Don't care. I don't care what these pieces of shit do. It's like they're like aliens. They can fly off to their own planet and for the rest of eternity. I don't care what they do. I never have. So like this thing that, you know, about like the two sets of butt buddies and the three solos, one of which I know who it is and retired and stopped attacking me or whatever, like that's great, but I mean, you know, but none of that needed to happen. I dreamt you up to make myself feel hurt. I don't really care that you exist, and I don't care what you do. And the ultimate threat has been executed and did nothing to me. So now any real fear is entirely gone, and I just talk freely about how I walked all over you and you're my bitch. Talk freely, right to their face. I'll talk freely about it right on stream. I'll be like, you're my slave, you're my bitch. Say it right to their fucking face. I won this, bitch. You're my bitch. Get to the prison talk or whatever. And it's weird. And I'm not supposed to act that way. I'm supposed to be scared or afraid or whatever. But no, I've dealt with so many shitheads all my life. Join the long march of the bastard bullies. From the government to the cops to the people in my real life to the guy I put in jail, threatened to kill my ex-girlfriend and all this other shit. It's a long parade of retarded fucking piece of shit bullies. Get in line. None of you are real. You're all imposters. I don't care what you do. And it's weird. That's just weird. So I like talking about the overall alien meta, weird fucking freak show freaks from the internet. I think of them as aliens, basically. They're like, okay, Mulder seemed to respect and fear like reticulans or whatever, but I respect and fear the humans who have gotten so mentally fucking crazy that they've literally become aliens now. They're like aliens, like school shooters and shit like this. Like yesterday, FSU got shot up. I don't consider that dude a person. That's a fucking freak show alien hurting his own community. He might as well be from another fucking planet. What the fuck? There's some freak show alien with imposter syndrome who's got to go live some false life like being a shooter or something like that because they can't come up with being their own. They got to write some manifesto about how they don't like women or something. It's fucking so stupid, and I'm sick of these bad actors. I'm sick of it. In my personal life, in the donkey Trump circle, or or any of that shit in the all the donkeys that follow Trump, it's just fucking dumb. It's dumb. He's got imposter syndrome too. He's constantly bragging about the gold in the White House or whatever. That's imposter syndrome, motherfucker. If you were actually strong, you wouldn't have to brag. Real men don't brag, pussy. Nope, I'm going to live YouTube or whatever. Yeah, just go home. We're going to the home. Invasion summary, system summary, inmate beaten to death, the scammer behind. Oh yeah, we've got the most disturbing 4chan threads. I have a couple videos lined up here. Nice. Now you're about to hear about all the crazy 4chan, crazy fucking imposter syndrome, idiot, tablet, brain rot shitheads. You're about to hear about all the crazy, disturbing things they do. Like a good example would be, they saw this dude who came online who was streaming himself about 15 years ago, and he threatened to kill himself live, and they just urged him on. Or that time that they took I think it was a frog, and they tied balloons to the frog, and they sent it to space. Now that's funny to 4chan Reddit pieces of shit who aren't real, who don't have real personalities and aren't real humans, who have fucking imposter syndrome, who've been raised by tablets and 4chan. Like, that's funny to them. But to me, it's not funny. It's just more sick, weird imposter syndrome efforts screwing around, fucking up humanity. Like I guarantee most of these people coming to my channel think that I'm terminally
Hello, guys and gal.
That I'm terminally online, which I'm not. Like that I do this too much, which I don't. That I don't have balance, which I do, or all this other things. No, it's quite the opposite. I've strived for balance so much so in the last 3.5 years, and I'm coming to it almost too. It's insane. Like, I'm doing so well. I'm doing well. I got a tan. I've lost 100 pounds. I'm doing better, and I'm getting back in the motherfucking saddle. And you guys on Reddit, like, sending frogs to space and all the weird alien internet shit that you do, you fucking freak show freaks. Like I'm not you. I think you think of me as the king of you or something, or that I'm the craziest person here. I'm not you. You're the fucking freaks.
I
have never voluntarily visited Reddit outside of like video game information, and even then I click that X as soon as possible. I have never ever gone to 4chan. Not once ever. And I'm dead serious about that. I have never, you can see in my eyes, I'm not lying or anything like that. I have never been to 4chan and never fucking will. I can spot a cesspit from a mile away.
You know, of course, that old 4chan is down, but don't expect this channel to just be the 4chan update, okay?
Fuck
Trust me.
4chan.
When it's back, it'll be
Good.
back.
Good. Fuck 4chan.
But, you know, this gave me a good time to sort of dig through my...
Like my friend Bagon recently, he was like, I can't stop watching anime, and I can't stop going to 4chan and Reddit and reading right-wing posts that talk about killing black people or some shit. And I thought that this was normal for people, but it's not. And I'm getting sucked in by anime culture, and now I'm a weeaboo and all this other crazy shit that I know he himself really hates. He hates soy people, but he's a weeb and he watches anime. And that's very weird. Like, I know what did this to him. It's 4chan and goddamn Reddit. It's 4chan and Reddit that did this to him. It's really weird. He's watching weird anime that I'm not even sure Japanese people watch.
Entire like Rolodex of video ideas that I was putting together, and I kind of wanted to like basically look through effectively some of the creepier threads on this website just to basically show you guys
I'm sure they all jack off to hentai, like Sex Pest Destiny. He was caught like alt tabbing to some file where he had a bunch of lolly porn right live to like 30,000 fucking people. He alt tabbed to his goddamn disgusting ass fucking lolly porn folder and confirmed to the world that he jacks off to fucking children like a weird sick idiot. And all those people that were in his orbit, they got fucking disgraced. And I mean, that's an example of what 4chan and Reddit will do to you, though.
Entire range of goofy to actually illegal stuff we'll be looking
at. Fucking goofy, dumb shit, you know?
In this video, okay? Videos where we'll be looking at something harmless all the way up to an actual, honest to God, killer found on the actual platform. Indeed, wild stuff.
Several.
So, of course, 4chan's sort of like this mystery place that people always consider to be like the final god of the internet, you know, where like some of the most true evil comes out of.
Nope. That'd be motherless.com, I believe. Motherless.com.
And that's
I've been to all of them when I was like 14 years old. I'm 38 or something like that now. Like, I'm talking 2003 or something. I went to all of those sites, and it wasn't just me. It was a room full of people. There was like our band, our sister band, and all of our girlfriends, something like 15 or 16 people, all sitting in chairs or sofas or whatever, smoking weed and shit. My friend Jay puts on goddamn Steak and Cheese or Faces of Death, and we're all just howling laughter as people get shot in the chest with shotguns or jump off 5-story buildings or whatever, you know, weird, sick, disgusting ass shit. We're just laughing our fucking asses off at the age of 16 or whatever. But I know after like one day of that, and I only did it for like 1 or 2 days, I think, like 1 or 2 days, and I was like, I don't want to ever do this again. I believe it has done something to me, and it has changed me, and I never ever went to sites like that ever again until way later. I went looking for weird fet porn stuff, like, you know, like pissing or girls smoking meth while they fuck, or party party sex, like, you know, like clubs that just start randomly having sex and large club gangbang orgies. I find that fascinating. Watching like really hot girls just letting anybody in the club fuck them is something really fascinating to me. I don't really understand that. Just because you're on a bunch of drugs and alcohol and you're like this like top of the line perfect 10 club hottie, you're in a club with 300 people or something like that, and I've seen these crazy sex orgy club porn parties that are fascinating to me and stuff. You can't find those on normal Pornhub, so you go to places like Motherless. But that's the weirdest shit I've ever looked at. I would say the weirdest shit I've ever looked at is girls pissing or club orgies. That's it. That's the darkest, weirdest porn proclivities that I have. I've never seen hentai in my entire life, and I'm dead serious about this. I've never even seen it. My ex-girlfriend, she offered me when I was like 16 years old. She was like, I like hentai. I like anime tentacle porn. And I was like, that's nice. She was like, will you watch it with me? And I was like, no. And she was like, why? And I was like, because it has a connotation of rape. And she was like, well, yes, it does sort of have that sort of stuff. They're cartoon characters. Who cares? And this is a girl, a hot raver girl, right? And she was like, I like hentai tentacle porn. I wish you did too. I like anime girls with huge titties getting fucked by weird tentacle porn monsters. And I was like, I do not. And no, I don't want to see that. And she was like, that's okay. And I was like, I know it's okay. You know, she wasn't weird. She just, you know, she had anime friends who had shown her hentai. She was not a weird girl. She really wasn't. She had drug issues, but that was about it. That was about it. It was about the weirdest thing about her. She had been raped, so she had drug issues and stuff and daddy issues. But like, you know, overall, like, she was not a weird person. She was the most solid girl I think I probably ever met. You know, I loved her dearly. She took my virginity and stuff. She was a solid woman. But she liked hentai porn. And I was like, no, I'm not willing to do anything like that. No. I don't want to see tentacle porn. I don't want to see rape porn. I don't want to see cartoon porn. I want to see girls, and only generally girls, have sex with each other. That's it. Lesbian porn, mostly, you know. These things, they're not normal, but they're not weird like Reddit or 4chan, though. You can find those things on Pornhub. You know,
Actually, so far from the truth. Like, if you ever want to see truth,
like you can find girls pissing and club orgy bangers on and girls having sex on their period and girls having sex on drugs on Pornhub, because those things are not illegal. You know, other stuff that these people get into is girls pissing is not illegal. Girls having club banger orgies is not illegal. Like, you know, watching those things is not illegal. Like, you know, watching girls have sex on ecstasy is not illegal. And I've had some people try and shame me for my weird fetishes or whatever, which my deepest fetish is deep kissing. If you really think about it, my deepest fetish is actually the most like vanilla fetish that there is, which is deep kissing. You know, that's about the most vanilla that it gets, and that's the one that gets me the worst. You know, and so, but the other stuff, I got that from just watching porn, like reading porn magazines, or going to clubs and having sex with girls. You know, I came by those honestly. I'm not a weirdo.
evil, you probably are best spent.
There was times when Bob Guccione was having Perfect 10 centerfolds piss for the fold out on his Penthouse magazine, which is how I came by my female piss fetish or whatever. Is I opened up a Penthouse one day when I was like 16 or 17 years old, and there was a fold out of a top 10 perfect blonde girl, Penthouse fucking centerfold, taking a piss, you know? And I was like, wow, I damn near puked when I saw it the first time. But then I got like the weirdest fetish that I have, quite unwillingly, because I didn't expect it. I just didn't know it was coming. I turned the page and there it was. And yeah, that turns me on now, which is weird. But I mean, Penthouse, it turned on all the people that read Penthouse too, you know? So I don't feel that weird about it. It's on Pornhub, so I don't feel that fucking weird about it, you know? Hentai tentacle porn is not on Pornhub.
Putting your time towards, I don't know, something like DeviantArt or whatever, right? Like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen, to give you an idea about it, some of the goofier stuff that always comes out of 4chan starts off with them basically putting hoaxes onto the entire internet. Now, to give you an idea, all right, to show you some of the more...
Yeah, with the internet, I think a bunch of these people, they take some story or some mystery and they like run with it for... You know, for months and years. They just run on that weird mystery or story and they fixate on it. And I think a lot of the time, I would say probably 9/10 of the time, that is some internet hoax. Most of the mysteries on the internet, I believe, are hoaxes. I've always believed this.
Harmless stuff that 4chan does is social media manipulation, okay? And in this kind of social media manipulation, it starts off pretty simple from things like Wave, Apple Wave, for instance. If you don't remember this, back in like 2014, there were a couple of 4chan users going, all right, boys, we got to come up with some cool stuff for that new iOS release, right? And of course, there were people throwing in some cool ideas like an erotic mode. scratch resistant solar charging. But one user comes with microwave charging.
Microwave charging.
So again, this is kind of build off of like how phones have like wireless charging, but what if you could throw your iPhone in at 5% into a microwave,
get 100,
put the microwave on for like 2 minutes and get a full charge? That's not how it really works, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, if anything, it'll probably
I can tell you what they think. They think that it's some kind of weird plastic microwave bowl that goes over your cell phone that prevents the waves from melting the cell phone. It just charges the battery. That's what they think, because they did not value science when they were young and didn't read books.
Fuck up most electronics that go into anything. Yeah. Like a microwave. But anyways, a few hours later, 4chan used...
Microwave and anything but food basically does not mix. Like food and microwave mix, nothing else does.
Decided to create this infographic, which kind of resembled Apple, like, marketing materials. So they had Wave, for instance, right? I mean, they got a whole cute, like, icon for it and everything, all right? Wave is our latest and greatest addition to iOS 8. Wave allows your device to be charged wirelessly through microwave frequencies. Wave can be used to quickly charge your device's battery using any standard household microwave. Now, of course, if you were dumb enough to think, wow, my software update simply enabled this hardware, change onto my device, well, I think you might actually deserve what's happening to you, okay? But they basically came up with some bullshit like iOS 8 contains new drivers that interface with your device's radio baseband, allowing it to synchronize with microwave frequencies. So, of course, eventually a few of the users here went to the old B forum, right? Which is random on 4chan. And they were like, all right, boys, we got a mission. We got to spam social media with information about new microwave charging capabilities. And it comes standard with iOS, yada, yada, yada. So immediately, B's just like, all right, we got it. I mean, they even had cute hashtags like Apple Wave, Wave, iOS 8. Now, to show you guys what basically happened is, obviously, there were people posting this on, social media. I mean, you seriously had, like, all these, like, websites, like...
So, right now, copper ore, a stack of copper ore is worth 1,000 gil. So, I think copper ingots are gonna fucking explode. Like, explode. And, this is a good time for me. I'm gonna make a lot of money.
This one forum going, boys, there is a hoax going on about Appleway. Fake advertisements claiming iPhones can be charged by putting them in the microwave have caught out unwary users. I will say, if you were dumb enough to fall for this, then honest to God, if you stuck your phone into an actual microwave and you saw this, for crying out loud, I do think at the end of all this, you might actually be like dumb. You might actually deserve, what you got. I mean, I don't know if this is like bait or like complete like stupidity, but I mean, I would want to imagine that some people genuinely tagged Apple, and like there was one Apple intern sitting there wondering, when the hell did we send out the microwave charging memo, guys? I love this one. I hope to God this is actually real. LAPD communications. The wave capability is a hoax. Don't be fooled into microwaving your hashtag iPhone 6. Hashtag Apple, hashtag smartphones. This one user on this account goes like,
I think phones should have solar panels. I mean, batteries too, but I think the phone cases should have solar panels that just plug into the fucking plug into the base of the phone. It's a good idea. Yep, and then you just flip your phone case upside down and the solar panel just charges the phone.
ice sheep can really be so gullible. I don't blame them. Dude, I love phone warfare, dude. Like, I honest to God love when, like, Apple users and Samsung and, like,
Nintendo,
Google
Sony,
and, like, Android users go at each other.
PS,
Bro, phones
Xbox,
should be
Sony.
simple, okay? You should just be browsing it
Console
for the
wars.
internet, checking your emails,
Cell phone
or
wars.
watching videos. Simple as that, dude. Now, again, it's a pretty dangerous thing to put any electronic into a microwave, but compared to 4chan stuff, this is a pretty harmless venture that actually happened. So one of the next threads that I actually ended up remembering and I wanted to talk about was when they showed you how to make mustard gas crystals, ladies and gentlemen.
Which
so
is easy.
This is one infamous post.
I could do that.
We make really cool crystals and post results. So this is really easy, and you should have all the chemicals you need around the house. Now I want to start off by saying, if you're ever taking DIY chemical advice here and anything like this, don't do it. Okay? Do not do it. Do not just listen to what someone says on the internet and do the actual process. Especially when it could involve seriously fucking wild chemical mixtures, okay? You'll need around 5 to 15 and a straw. Times are different, dude. We had a lot of pennies sitting around. Put these aside afterwards. Get a clear jar and scoop 2 tablespoons and 1 tablespoon of something into it. I might blur this out just so I'm not giving actual information to what's going on here. Now, the most important ingredient is blah, blah, blah. You might find it in most bathroom cleaning supplies. And pour into
Bleach.
a jar until it's about, something full.
Pennies
the
and
last
bleach.
ingredient is blah, blah, blah. Fill the rest of the jar, but watch out for your clothes. Now drop these coins into the bottom and quickly grab the straw and start blowing bubbles into the coins. You should see what appears to be this crystal growth. And that's it. So apparently there's supposed to be this pinkish color that comes from, again, some chemical in here and the CO2 in your breath. Blowing until you feel dizzy isn't recommended, but it increases. So again, this, ladies and gentlemen, is pretty bad. And why is it pretty bad? Well, let me actually explain the science behind this. When you mix things like chlorine gas and whatever chloramine gas, what happens is if you
mustard gas. No, they were saying chlorine. I thought bleach because bleach, but Clorox. Yeah, Clorox. Chlorine. Clorox is chlorine. So they were saying instead of bleach they meant Clorox. But yeah, I was thinking bleach, but no, it would be Clorox. Yeah, chlorine and pennies. Yeah, but you'll make mustard gas. Everybody knows that. If you mix chlorine, if you mix chlorine and bleach, it's mustard gas, if I recall.
Smell, or if you inhale.
Oh no, it's bleach and ammonia. It's bleach and ammonia. Sorry, I'm messing up chlorine with ammonia. But yes, bleach and ammonia should never mix. And yeah, you could easily make little crystals of it. That would be like throwing a bomb of mustard gas.
Come out to be, you are basically causing severe respiratory damage to yourself,
mustard gas,
chemical burns, and the very real possibility of death. Okay.
Yep.
So again, this is why I always say, whenever you're reading things on the internet like this, don't actually attempt them. And again, this was like an example of the shit you would find on places like B. People would post it, and again, it would lead to some pretty serious consequences. One of those serious consequences, and I don't know the reality of this, but 10 years ago on r/legal advice by one user, Lark42, ends up going, my son accidentally hurt themselves. Well, they lost their lives because of 4chan. So about 1 month ago, my 11-year-old son accidentally had died when he followed instructions he saw online on a website called 4chan. Someone had posted detailed instructions on how to make what he believed to be crystals, but turned out to be poison. Is there any legal action I can take against the person who ruined my life and devastated my family? Now, this is a really, really dark turn, and the thing about it is I don't, unfortunately, in their case, I don't really think that they really had a lot of legal options to chase, right? Because generally, anonymous users on platforms like image boards typically will hide behind identities, and usually tracing them is almost a near impossibility. If you're good with your, I guess you could say, OPSEC, you'll probably never be tracked down. And the thing about it is, obviously, I grieve for, this person as well, too, because obviously if you lose anybody in the process, even regardless of age, to something like this, especially somebody that's 11 who probably looked at something on 4chan and was like, this could probably be harmless. That post probably should have been taken down, but to give you an idea, this is how things kind of like escalated on this website. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like when you look at a lot of the people talking over here, it's always treated as like a joke here. It's like, I tried this and I died. I'm posting this from hell. If anyone is interested, hell is a permanent state of stale pasta. Now, that wasn't the only time people went onto 4chan with some crazy chemical concoctions and started to actually use them on their bodies, okay? One of the other things that I actually ended up seeing that like completely shocked me at the time too was this one post. 37 decides where this is injected. No limits. Now, if you're looking at that, actual syringe, you can start to see that there's a real glowy substance inside of it. Now, immediately I'm wondering to myself, what could that glowy substance be? And immediately I think of those glow sticks, right? When you buy them from the store, you break them in half, and the chemicals inside them combine to create something that's luminescent. Take a syringe, you dip it out, and boom, that's what you have. So obviously the individual asking him where they want to stick it in goes wrist eventually. That is, I believe, post number 37. So eventually the actual user here showcases a syringe going towards their hand and being put right in, showcasing that the luminescent material may actually be making their veins glow. So if you correlated this to the plasmids from like Bioshock, no one would be surprised, okay? It would be like the Eve hypo going in. But you don't get magical powers in reality land, okay?
You die.
The possibility of dying may in fact be pretty hard. So in fact, a few of the actual people talking about this stuff had literally started to mention it's like the byproducts of glow sticks are known to cause potentially fatal heart problems if injected. Yes. Isn't that really dangerous? I mean, I would imagine injecting anything that you don't entirely trust into your veins to be a pretty
really
stupid
bad.
decision, right?
Wow.
But of course, I ended up looking up the glow sticks health risk assessment. This is from June 2022, so like a quick understanding of it, just a quick primer, just a summary, is that
So people ingest glow sticks at raves, and they don't want to. They just do it by mistake sometimes because they're rolling on E so hard that and when you're rolling on E, you get like a jaw clenching thing where you can't move your jaw. You're like, oh, I can't talk. Oh, my mouth feels like this, and I don't want to open. I've done a lot of ecstasy. I don't want to open my mouth, and so they chew on pacifiers all night. I used to do it myself, like babies, because they're rolling on ecstasy, which makes your jaw clench, and it's a drug thing. Now, they, instead of binkies, which is what they call pacifiers, they might use a glow stick, and they might chew on the plastic side of the glow stick that doesn't have any, chemical in it, where you tie a string to it. Do you remember how glow sticks look? They're like these little sticks, and then they have like a little plastic hole that you can put a string through so you can hang it around your neck. So they chew on the plastic side of that glow stick because they can't get their hands on anything else except glow sticks. It's a rave party where you can't bring anything in except for water, or I don't even think they let you bring in water. The only thing you can bring in is whatever's in your panties or whatever. You can't bring anything in except your clothes. So, like, what do you chew on all night when you take like 4 pills? You chew on the glow stick, and then so these kids end up chewing the glow stick to the point where they break the glow stick, and all this glow stick stuff streams into their fucking mouths because they're so high on ecstasy they don't know that they're drinking goddamn terrible ass glow stick chemicals, and they drink it. And they damn near either poison themselves and die. I don't think anybody's ever died from this, but they do ingest poison this way. It happens all the time.
glow sticks contain chemicals such as hydrogen peroxide.
Which is why this comes up, which is why he's talking about it. So they do a whole bunch of theory about why glow sticks would be ingested, because they think that humans are stupid. But no, all it really is, it's just ecstasy makes your drug. There's always some explanation. There's always some reason. There's always some reason for whatever's happening. It's never a ghost or magic or anything like that. There's always some scientific reason as to why something's happening. And so yeah, like somebody might ingest a glow stick by accident if they're at a rave. Happens all the time.
Alkyl solvents and phenol.
They get to gnawing on the plastic end of the glow stick, and then they put it back in their mouth, and they think, and they're so high, and they're so out of it that they think they've got the little plastic hole side in their mouth, but they've actually got the fucking glow stick in their mouth, and they bite down on it, and all that shit goes flooding into their mouth, and of course they swallow because they're screaming. and they swallow it and they get sick. They probably don't. They probably couldn't die from it, but they get very, very. You get poisoned. The effects of poisoning is terrible. That can leave you with seizures for the rest of your life. It can like cause you to wake up in sweats and stuff like this, and it can cause you to have fevers when you shouldn't have them. Poisoning is really, really bad for you. It can have lifelong effects that you know you almost cerebral palsy effects from poisoning, and so you don't want to be poisoned. And yeah, ingesting those glow sticks, you can get fucking poisoned really bad, and they do. They ingest them. It's stupid. I've seen it before. I've seen it in my real life. I've seen somebody bite into a glow stick before. It's disgusting, and they run to the bathroom. They spit it out. You know.
Oxalate esters. If you think that I can translate this into something, no.
There's this point where you can get too high on ecstasy and just sit there in an e-hole and not even know that you're ingesting the glow stick. There is a point where you can get so high. Maybe you've mixed like 4 or 5 drugs too. Maybe you're on heroin because you're a junkie. Maybe you ate 2 or 3 pills and so your jaw's like fucking flexing like hardcore and you want to chew something. And maybe you're on acid, so you have no idea what a glow stick even is.
I'm an engineer.
Happens at raves all the time.
Not a medic. Glow sticks are used.
I used to do outreach, you know, for Planned Parenthood to the raves and stuff.
In festivals, we know. Accidental or intentional incidents reported after exposure to liquid and glow sticks have generally resulted in asymptomatic.
That was in Boulder. My ex-girlfriend, when she was young, my first girlfriend, she signed up for Planned Parenthood because she believed in what they were doing, and she believed that the rave scene needed it because all of her fucking rave friends were getting pregnant, and so she was handing out condoms at the show when she started dating at the raves when she first met me. So I would come up there with her to Boulder, which is where all the rave scene was because it was illegal in the sitting county limits of Denver. And so we would like go up there and hand out condoms and represent Planned Parenthood at the raves for the first 4 hours of the night from like fucking I don't know like 9 until like 1 in the morning or something, and then we dance. And because we're Planned Parenthood outreach, you could get into the raves for free and you could at least listen to the music. And then at 1 a.m. when the outreach ends, because it's just so late that nobody can pay attention anymore, you just go and party for the rest of the night until 6 or 7 in the morning. And I did that with her a whole bunch of times. It's a really good way to get into raves for free because tickets to raves are between $50 and $400. You know, $50 if you're lucky, but more like $100. Well, I mean, back then it was $50. Now it's probably $200 to $800 something.
And mild effects.
Real raving is a dedication that you don't often see. It costs a lot of money. It requires a lot of drugs. It's you go every weekend, kind of like you're a hobbyist. It's definitely a lifestyle that was a bit too busy for me. Because you are like doing stuff all the time. Every weekend is fucking slammed, and you work all week, so you can afford the tickets to the raves because they're like between $200 and $800 probably now. But I mean, it's a really good place to meet a mate. It's a really good place to find free love. It's a good place to get laid. It's a good place to dance and be free. I've always believed in rave culture. You know, I would like to go back to it still, but I don't know. I haven't danced at a rave in 20 years, and I actually felt that rave dancing is the best exercise that you can do, really. Dancing is really good exercise. Looking for... Oh, I guess I do want to check the price of mithril ore just to see if it's cheap. It could be, but I doubt it. Mithril ore, 20 stacks, 8,600. I knew what it would be, but you know, just need to fucking verify. 82. Price went down. What about 88? What about 81? Yep. What about 8,000? Nope. 81. Nope. 82. Yep. 82. That's good money. We'll do it. 82. Nope. 83. $83. 83. 83. 83. 83. 83. 85, I guess. 85 is still okay. I'll buy it 85, yeah, until it runs out. 85. 85. 85. 85. 85. 85. Yep, and that's where we stop. And then bid. Oh well, I don't know. I don't think I need crystals actually. Okay, we crafting, we chopping. I'm gonna do some hauling on Eve. I'll go over here in the back. I got killed by bandits, and when I came back, my wood was gone. It's so annoying.
or no reports of serious adverse events of incidents requiring hospital admission were found. There were no cases of severe systemic toxicity reported. Following exposure, mild irritation was reported at the exposure site. And again, what they're talking about are primarily people that I guess might be getting it on their skin. I don't think this ever accounted for people stupid enough to actually put it in a syringe and inject it into their bodies. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a stupid decision, and I would highly recommend against it. But yeah, it's just one of those things, par for the course, those creepy threads that you would find on 4chan. Not really creepy, but you would find that to be just natural selection at play. Now, had anybody followed up on this and wonder what happened to the neon blue syringe guy? Nobody really had any idea. Like, nobody knew where it came out to. Somebody probably said he maybe became Dr. Manhattan. He's a famous superhero. The guy is killed. To be honest, I have no real idea where this person is, and I don't think anybody does know. But the reality is, if you're stupid enough to make decisions like that, if it's actually real, he's probably done something even stupider since uploading that post. Now, for a lot of people who go onto like 4chan, like they'll probably go to like B or like Pol or like they'll have a specific board. But for me personally, one of my favorite boards was obviously X, which is where I think my love for creepy internet mysteries and creepypastas and a lot of the stuff really did come out from, right? It was just like the part of the internet that is just a little bit detached from the mainstream, where a lot of weird stories basically, came out from. And obviously you go to a platform like this and you'll come across things like, hey guys, here, you want to post some spooky stories that scared you? Things about the Paris catacombs, for instance? I mean, sometimes you'd find ghost videos like this, boys. The haunted shopping cart. Can someone explain this? Hold on, I gotta see this video. There's like a shopping cart just minding its, oh my god, it's turning around. Whoa, buddy. It's just going into traffic. You know, this is why I just don't park near actual, this is why I don't park near shopping carts. Like, goddamn, they do some crazy shit. I mean, that guy thankfully stopped it. Now, can we explain the paranormal effect there? I honestly wouldn't know. So I'm gonna let X in on a secret. There are societies all over the world that fight with angels, but I am angry about something. These societies have no idea that angels copying human psychology is the reason they attack us. There seems to be some leaps of logic in this that I'm not following. Talk to your doctor about something called schizophrenia. I always love how there's like checks and balances on the site too. Jesus Christ. Now inside that board, there were some really cool threads that I talked about in videos in the past too. Threads like Alex from Tennessee. For anybody that doesn't remember this thread in particular, one user comes by and posts, "By this rubble, your prize awaits Tennessee, a slur. Park nearby and walk to this point in secret. It's under plastic at this moment. Good luck." And of course, in before dead body. I swear to God, if it's a dragon dildo. I shall bump this many times. Now, this thread became incredibly infamous when one user decided, you know what, actually, I'm going to go to the coordinates that are listed. And those coordinates were listed in what appears to be East Tennessee. So this derelict-ass yard that you're seeing was a place that one user decided to go. Now, in a normal situation, you would look at that and say, no, I'm not. Because that's where I'm going to get stabbed, okay? That's where some crackhead is going to encounter me and send me to the Shadow Realm. But of course, one user, Alex, decided, no, I'm going to claim that prize. So we were all just kind of laughing over here, wondering, okay, maybe nothing's going to come out from this, right? But of course, Alex decided to go to that location and allegedly post some of these images. And of course, it starts to get even wilder. So Alex goes, I'm at the location of creepy guy came early. So he starts posting all these images, darkest, and then inside of door, found some plastic. Place is huge. Looks like food going bad plus cave. And of course, all of these images that Alex would post would effectively end with Alex not posting and just straight up disappearing from the internet. So some of these photos, obviously, if you're looking down the stairs to this hell, you probably are not going to go. I mean, I can just smell this and say no. But of course, Alex, being the non-scared 4chaner that he is, decides to go down and notice that, yes, there appears to be maybe some food stuff going bad. I mean, it might just look like a meth factory here, for crying out loud. I mean, you've got mason jars and water inside there. I mean, there is some serious cultivation going on here. Garbage bags, yada, yada, yada. I mean, these are not places you want to be in. Peeking inside seems to be a mummified pelvis and a folded paper plate. And in that paper plate, open prize, hide eyes. And that would lead to what appears to be an actual hard drive. And you might be like, well, what's in the hard drive? What's in there, Muda? Well, we don't know because Alex went quiet. The watcher, whoever was watching the actual area from the actual safe area, disappeared. As far as the entire thread knows, Alex is killed. Someone claimed to be there, one cop car present, and headed towards warehouse. Now, there is actually nothing new that has come out from Alex from Tennessee. Now, to be honest with you, I could see this as like somebody creating this ultimate urban exploration troll, but I also could easily see this as somebody who actually did decide to go near some crazy psychopath and actually did end up reaping some rewards that you probably shouldn't be reaping. But you know what? If you were stupid enough to get caught into this, well, it is what it is. But of course, one of the things where it starts to build up here, ladies and gentlemen, was of course with another urban exploration thread, where one person goes in and says, 3 days ago, my last living grandparent, my mother's father, passed away at the age of 89. He was a WW2 vet. And my mom tells me that after returning home from the Navy, he was never quite the same. In fact, he was pretty paranoid about nearly everything. I was never really allowed to stay at his house. In 65, his wife suddenly died, with no explanation. My mom tells me that my grandfather became extremely fearful of a nuclear war with the commies, and that he decided to start digging a bomb shelter out of rock and limestone on his land. And I had never seen the bomb shelter until today. So this is the outside image of the bomb shelter. And unfortunately, it is tough for me to show you some of these images because we're just looking at Imgur mostly because 4chan posts, for anybody that doesn't know, usually stay up for a little bit and then just disappear after a while. You really have to get lucky with archives to really know about these things. But of course, some of these images, some of these like actual, underground like bunkers that we're seeing over here look dark, derelict, about what anybody can expect. But what really was shocking in this entire situation was obviously some of the images actually had weird formations on the walls. So some of these like crosses and like divots would be put into the walls, but then you also started to have some of these faces as well too, staring at the person. So immediately people were looking at and wondering what the actual hell was going on. One user actually posted a Wikipedia entry for an article called The Ossuary, which is basically a description of a chest, building, well, or site made to serve as the final resting place of human skeletal remains. So whether that be the remains of the dead grandma, we actually don't really know. But when you got faces like this staring down at you, it's creepy. One image that got deleted was apparently this, and it appears to be the bone of a human being actually caught in the crossfire over here. And when that was deleted, apparently according to the people who were looking at this thread, the actual OP never came back. And the thread was effectively 404 a second after it was posted by the actual person cataloging this. So really weird stuff altogether. But now I started this video off by saying that obviously the range of posts on 4chan go from harmless, goofy trolls on social media to something purely illegal. Now with 4chan comes a lot of conspiracies as well too that I'm sure a lot of you know of. Something like the daycare saga, for instance, which I probably have talked about on one deep web browsing episode, but to give a quick idea, this one little place in Salt Lake City, the Fun Time Kids Care, was actually something that became Salt Lake City's biggest conspiracy because people looked at this building and were wondering, maybe it's not just a simple daycare. In fact, the original thread was saying, hey boys, I'm going to talk about this. This was actually posted on Salt Lake City's Reddit board, their subreddit. They posted a picture of a building they found creepy. Pic related, it's the building, because it was supposed to be an active daycare, but no one was ever seen coming or going. People dug into it, found a website, which was quickly ended up getting taken down, and the WHOIS information wiped. Then someone walked by during regular hours and found no one was there but an elderly-looking Mexican lady. People kept looking around online and found shipments of 4,000 kilograms of plastic jewelry being delivered from China to the following businesses in several states. So those businesses involved the Fun Times Kids Care, which would be this building up here, the Funcrest Bait Shop, Fun with Phonics, Funland Jumpers, and Fundamental Financial Group. So again, this actual situation, it got the actual minds of r/conspiracy. And I believe that post was actually removed as according to this actual thread for the reasons of witch hunting, which would be, finding some random place and just basically putting an entire, like, lightning rod of internet detectives to possibly, look into these people and maybe cause some harassment, right? So the actual explanations that came out here was it could be a front for a drug smuggling operation, which honestly, the more we read, maybe could be the most likely option. A CIA FBI safe house that Reddit just ruined. Why the CIA and the feds just wouldn't have a random house that didn't look like the shadiest daycare imaginable? Yeah, that is beyond me. Or it could be a front for an arms smuggling operation. And that was apparently because they found that something that they had imported from a bill of ladings had a similar weight to 7.62 ammunition. But of course, the final and most likely scenario is that it's just a bunch of made up shit, misinformation, coincidences that people jump to conclusions over. So of course, when information starts getting removed, obviously the average person goes, Reddit nuked their threads, confirmed CIA black site. Now the thing is, no matter where this was discussed, what really led to a lot of people wondering the conspiracy could be real is even if you went to sites like Mixed Martial Arts where this was being discussed, entire threads were being taken down. Platforms like Above Top Secret actually ended up having this post being taken down. So when you got major conspiracy boards where you talk about the stuff being removed and constantly being taken down by moderators, it almost feels like maybe there is some level of like collusion. Maybe somebody has gotten into something. And the thing is, at the end of all this, like the more people looked into it, the more it eventually came out that no, this was just actually a conspiracy theory. Actually, down the roads, a few years later, a couple of unannounced inspections actually did show up. And basically, with an unannounced inspection, it will happen to like daycares, just because, like, if you announce something, obviously, if it's a shady location, they can obviously, prop things up a certain way. But if it's unannounced, you can just show up and basically tag things on your list and make sure everything is a-okay. Which, according to this checklist, and mind you, I'm not somebody in this field, seems to be that everything was a-okay. And of course, literally years ago, people from r/Salt Lake City decided to also go here and just post themselves in front of what now has become a national or like a local institution at this point. So yeah, sometimes on 4chan you just come across some crazy, goofy shit. But now where it gets illegal is this one thing. And I started off by saying that this is a range of threads, right? Where it gets illegal is this one post. So this was an actual archive from back in the day in 2014. Now, there's going to be some serious blurs, and I'm not even able to show you anything, but what it appears to be is a woman that is dead. Now, it turns out that the OP post, it's way harder to strangle someone to death than it looks like on the movies. So, of course, everyone on the internet's like, too soon, what an actress. Well, this was one post that actually was real. See, back in the day of like reverse image searching, which I guess wasn't as easy or wasn't as effective as it is nowadays, people still actually looked closer at these images. And, usually when you're on a place like 4chan, people can find a hoax, just because everyone's seen like every shock site. But it turns out the image was completely fresh. It wasn't a new image. It wasn't like an image from any other place that people could remember. It was fresh, brand new. And when somebody shows up dead on camera, that's going to spark some speculation.
Yep.
So the lady in the image, her unfortunate 13-year-old son, ended up actually discovering her body. Amber Copeland was the woman who was apparently captured in the actual image. And the individual that was arrested on this was somebody known as David Kallick. So, unfortunately, the cause of death here was actually determined to be strangulation. The fact that the death occurred in the first place was terrible. But again, the disturbing part about it was obviously the fact that it was actually posted onto 4chan anonymously, underneath that exact thread. So at some point, it appeared that David wanted to actually, die at the hands of police officers, and this was like basically their end, okay? It was supposed to be this really f***ed up ending entirely. But after all this, 4chaners started to actually contact the authorities that they could. And on November 5th, he was actually arrested in Wilsonville, Oregon. And he was arrested because, thankfully, in this situation, he did turn himself into this situation. So there was a lot of key pieces of evidences that did go up against him. For instance, he had photographs on his phone, time-stamped, on November 4th, okay? So literally proving that this guy would have had these images before really anybody else or any law enforcement agency. You had texts sent to his employer and, of course, even local friends as well, too, admitting that, yeah, he's going to be doing something that could actually have him arrested by law enforcement, or even worse, right? But anyways, I guess you could say the biggest piece of evidence here was just a confession note effectively provided saying that, yeah, he actually did, in fact, kill, this person. So later, in 2015, there was an actual trial that occurred. And, after even appeals had happened, he was sentenced effectively to 82 years in a state prison. And normally, it, I think, would have been like 30 to 45 years based on the charges that were given. But there was actually one point in here that led to that 80 years in state prison. And of course, a lot of it does come from the fact that you can read this actual Court of Appeals right here. So this 4chaner, right, appeals their conviction for first-degree murder, theft of a vehicle, possession of stolen property. But the aggravating circumstances was here. The jury convicted him of all charges. First, the murder involved a destructive and foreseeable impact on persons other than the victim, obviously the one child that is now, motherless. And second, Kallick displayed an egregious lack of remorse. The jury also determined each of the 3 crimes were committed against a member of Kallick's household, making them also domestic violence convictions. So Kallick's standard range, based on the offender score of 8, was 370 to 493 months. The trial court imposed an exceptional sentence of 984 months on the murder conviction, with standard range of sentences on the remaining offenses to run concurrently. So the 2 aggravating circumstances were substantial and compelling reasons to impose an exceptional sentence. And also the court, when they looked at him, said that, of course, they had found that Kallick exhibited an egregious, unusual lack of remorse, okay? Evidence of defendants smiling, laughing, bragging, and joking about the murder demonstrated a lack of remorse. So not even just the 4chan stuff, like just because this guy was a seriously unhinged psychopath. And yeah, that person obviously was going to spend the rest of their lives in prison. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, as 4chan is down, I feel like today was probably the one time for me to really jump into like the really creepy sides of this website, because there are really creepy avenues to go in. Some of it starts off as like harmless, goofy fun, and it quickly escalates into wanton murder that ends up with somebody serving 80 plus years in prison. And of course, that's still just barely scratching the surface. So ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
What happens after a creator has spent their entire career provoking, harassing, and belittling everyone around them? Do they, 1, eventually learn the error of their ways and become a better person, or 2, lose everything they worked for and crash out in the most traumatic way possible?
Oops. Qfim? Did I get a scroll of warp? I forgot. Oh yeah, I don't know. I do. Ooh, we're gonna do some Final Fantasy RP stuff. I'm going into kind of a scary place called Fomiuna Aqueducts. Turn it up a little bit. And I'm gonna help an LS get. I'm gonna help a Link Shell member, Gildy, get a pair of panties. Going the right way? Yes, I am. Fuck, I don't think I have food. Isn't Fomiona in the fucking basement? I think it is. Fucking walnut door, I hate this one. K9. H-I-J. K9 is south. Walnut door is K9. I'm in J9. JK9. Yeah, it's up this thing and then around. Walnut door. Wait, that's not the walnut door. Wait, there's the walnut door. Okay, so do you consider the map using it for the consistency you can get the key to disappear. Save some time. Consider doing the Tabnazian safe hole map quest now. Talk to Despekier at K10. Oh, walnut door. Hit to the bigger. Pass through the walnut door at K9. Okay. And then talk to Despekier. Okay, talk to the Spekier at K10 for cutscene. Talk to Justinius at J6. He will warn you not to go to the sewer entrance. Head all the way down to the basement level and examine the sewer entrance at I7 and zone to Fomuna. Good. Okay, I think we're done. Oh, damn it. How the fuck do you leave here? Oh, there we go. Oh, I do want that, but I don't have 150K. tempted to buy that Phantom Tatlin for some reason. It's good for yeah, that Phantom Tatlin is good for 30k. I'm kind of tempted to buy it from him. The Phantom Tatlin. How did you summon? This. Oop. Crazy ass Baggins. See, this is fun. It's fun to do this on the stream. I like this mission I always have. You go in, you get panties from shadows in this terrible dungeon that's 40 capped. I always think content like that is well done. I like this content. Always have. Ooh, 2,000 wood. Let's put it away. I like the Mortal will just run all day. I don't care that I'm on their server. I pay. Whatever. My horse. Where is my horse? What happened to him? Maybe I'm in the wrong forum, actually. No, I don't want to bother a GM about this. It's a horse worth like 5 gold. I don't care about that. Wait, what, Mr.? Oh, I went out the wrong side. Oops. Dope. Oh god, what if I aggro them? I don't know. He's got a turn if I'm gonna get around him. Oh god, you didn't see me, did you? No, I'm just gonna fucking do the ladder. He's gonna move now. The other one moved. I should just sick the pet and then release him or whatever if they aggro. Oh god, and I'm just going right into their fucking view. This one's been standing for too long. Did you aggro? They both aggroed. Just see if I can live long enough to use the letter. You. Please disengage. Please. Yes. Paste XP mix up for... I wonder if I can kill these things. Probably not. I love Mortal. It is the slowest game I can think of, short of EVE Online, but I don't mind that. I think that actually differentiates like me between the kids. I'm playing adult games that take all your fucking time, and I think that says something about like what your discipline is, what you're willing to do, how much patience you have, and that differentiates me from others, even if it is a dumb time waste. I still think it does make the game value high. At least the XP makes up for the loss. I haven't lost any XP. I haven't lost any XP, which is good. jockey. Chicken jockey. God damn it. Chicken jockey. Chicken jockey. Oh. Are you kidding him? Yes, you are. Let's all get some